Hey guys, how's it going? Checking my stuff to make sure you guys can hear me okay. Yeah, it seems to be the case. I'm gonna turn this down just a touch more. So how's it going? Hope everybody's having a good week so far, or weekend so far. So I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what we're doing tonight. Uh, I know the thing says 3D animation and modeling, and we'll probably do some modeling, admittedly. Um, I'm just admittedly not sure what specifically we're doing. Tonight might be a little aimless. I don't imagine very many people are going to have a problem with that, but if you do, there's your warning. Also, probably not going to have the cam on tonight. Just not necessarily in the mood for it. Alright, we're going to kick it over to the streams to see. Let's just put ourselves in. Let's just put ourselves in a project for now, and then we'll kind of figure out what we're doing after that. So, just so anybody who's tuning in is aware, our goal for the past month has more or less been like renovating our portfolio. Since we were on our previous project for so long, a lot of it's kind of gone unupdated for a while. And we're hoping to remedy that. So I have a list, and on that list are an assortment of things that I want to do to fill up my portfolio. Some of which have already been done. Some of which we still need to do. Fortunately for you guys, unfortunately for me, it airs more on the side of things we still need to do. So we're going to be working on that. Obviously, a lot of this is going to take more than the next month, but we're going to get as close as we can with what we have. Okay. Sorry, I'm expecting some stuff to happen later in the month for RuneScape, so I'm also prepping some stuff for that. So as you can see, or I hope you can see, yeah. Still working on the call to action thing. The results are turning out pretty good. We're closing in on being done with all of the major stuff, and at this point it's primarily pieces that this is admittedly one of the tougher pieces of that. I kind of knew coming into this particular design was going to be the hardest to get good. Not necessarily the worst thing ever, but I'd be lying if I said this wasn't a little erring a little on the annoying side. That's better. Now I kind of want to push this one over here a little bit more. Let me check my stream real quick, make sure everything looks good. Yeah. Cool. This touched up. Well, I would honestly argue that we need to start from here. Okay. Hopefully this smooths it out just a touch. We still got some spots that need work. But this is better. Like, we got this little bit right here. And then this spot sorely needs it. Yeah, you can't really notice it there, but like, I want it to look as good as possible in every circumstance, so. I guess ultimately I'm not worried how it looks in any specific material, but rather all materials. And even then, honestly, like a lot of, I don't know if I'll keep this one. This one might need some like serious reform. I'm just not happy with how some of the topology looks. Kinda looks pretty garbo, if you ask me. This is really, while I was making it, I didn't really know what else to do with it. I mean, we could like reasonably fix it up, but it just doesn't feel great as of this moment in time. Happening over here, I wonder. We could probably separate these out a little bit. I don't know if that's specifically what's happening. What? Why do we have duplicate? Huh. Okay. Perhaps that was why it was kind of funky. Wait, if is this one like that too? No? Doesn't seem like it anyways. Both of these spots should at least be a little bit cleaner now. That's definitely much cleaner. We gotta get this spot right here. There's some adjustment needed here too. Okay. We're almost there. I see. Spots I should have honestly like fixed earlier, but just for whatever reason didn't. Yeah, I think if we choose to scrap this one, we'll just use the invert that we were originally planning to use. I just wanted to give this one a shot. It kind of felt bad to, for lack of a better word, run away from the previous one, or to run away from like the official one. But the only reason we wanted to quote unquote run away from it is just because of how much there's going on with a singular shape. I mean, all in all, unless you get like super close to it, it's not too bad. I mean, I would say it's good unless you get close to it and then like it's rough in a couple places. I just don't know how to like fix that. I'm gonna check it here in a moment. I'm putting some bars in the furnace. Those of you watching the stream right now, if you guys want to watch the AOK shit I'm doing in RuneScape, let me know. Otherwise, I'm not going to bother putting it on screen. My current perception is nobody really gives a shit, so I don't worry about it too much. I'll be done in like a minute. So just chill while I'm finishing this. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's check that shape. Yeah, it's definitely not perfect. Like there's like a couple of like dents here and there. Like this probably needs to come up a little bit. And then this kind of like hooks really weird. Yeah, it's all the curved shapes that we probably need to like mess with the most to get them perfect. I mean, otherwise I think it looks fine. I mean, like even from like far off, you're not gonna see that, but like I see it. And I want this to be like the most professional possible. Hmm. I mean, like, the shape isn't that difficult to fix, honestly. It's just a matter of, like, going into it and just doing it. It's mostly, like, the ones that are going to be the issue are really just, like, the P, the C, the G, and the S. If we need those. It wouldn't be a Jailbreak stream without Silent Hill music, no face cam, and a dead chat. Fuck off, dog. But you're right about the Silent Hill music. Listen, it's Halloween. We'll go back to the lo-fi shit November 1st. I also don't feel like putting my face cam on right now. I'm sure I'm gonna get super tired later. I'm gonna be like white as a ghost trying to finish this. When do we get scary games? Give me just a moment and I'll answer you. Today is the 23rd. Tell you what. We'll do like a half and half. 1 week Jerbear. That there's 1 fucking week for scary games. Yeah. Trying to figure out the timing. I still need to work. Okay, let me think about this for a minute. So, if I can fit like let's say 3 games, okay. One of them would either be Resident Evil 1 or Resident Evil 2 remake. You're like every college kid ever say, we finna do it, but then don't do it till... But then don't do it till last minute. Except the opposite around, where I'm like working and then like last minute I want to do leisurely shit. One of them could be like Resident Evil 1 or 2. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck else I have that I could play. Give me a minute, I'm gonna look through my emulator library. Let's start with the PlayStation and see what we got. Alright, we got Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Welcome back to another episode of the Combo Chronicles. Combo is trying to make Jailbreak a Game Grump for Game Grump, Jesus fucking Christ, for go bankrupt for scary game content. I saw game and it kind of like I saw two words like next to each other, and just kind of like triggered in my brain. So what I could do is I could do like a retro Resident Evil game and then like a remake Resident Evil game. Or I could do Silent Hill 1 and Resident Evil Bankrupt. That's actually pretty funny. Let's see. PS2. Where the fuck are my PS2 games? Oh wait, they're probably on my like file on the computer, just so they load quicker. So I have Among Us. No, fucking what? Why did I even bring that up? Not fucking scary. I can't believe Darth just lost literal tons of fucking ammo only in America. Only Darth. Well, according to Darth, it's not his fault. Which I can believe some dumbasses fucking, like some dumbass low on the totem pole military people would fucking do some stupid shit like that. We could play like Project Zomboid for a day. Okay, let me put this on my to-do for my portfolio because apparently it's part of my repertoire now. Playing this spooky. Evil RE remake Resident Evil 2. Dude needs to rank up. Gotta go farm mobs. Yep, pretty much. Hey, it worked for me in RuneScape. Project Zomboid. Oh wait, no, hang on. Silent Hill. Slash, or rather, Silent Hill 2. Project Zomboid. Let me check Steam and Epic right quick. I do have Dead by Daylight on PS5, but I don't have any of the expansions. Where is the spooky scary? Wait, nope, found it. Wait, what was that? The Sexorcist Academy? Okay, Steam. Whatever you say, buddy. Is that spooky, scary honey pup? Here's a good horror game. Overwatch comps in 2021. That's a little too spoopy for me. You will get no interest from me. Okay, I think we got pretty much everything that, Sexorcist, that sounds like my kind of game. Oh no. Now that you're turning 18, are you turning into a hornball? You better watch it. But the Krampus known as Marcus will get you. Nah. Oh, cool. New game for Steam. I'm all about a new free game. What's my library for Steam? I got lots of good games. I just gotta keep bonking Marcus whenever he says such shit, and eventually he'll learn that he really doesn't need to say everything. Yeah, maybe. Where's the horror game, Steam? I want you, fuck. There we go, horror games. And doesn't need to hit on every street in New York City. The combo has got a type. Okay. Okay, so I have 4 sets of games here. And we can choose 3 of these games. And we'll play them this week. New horror game, Marcus Phoenix. Dating in New York. Seems like a nightmare. Alright, so first set comes from what he says it is, yeah. So first set is either PS1 Resident Evil, PS1 Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil Remake, or Resident Evil 2 Remake. Second set is either Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 2. And if I play Silent Hill 2, I will be playing the collection version, and I will be playing with the Troy Baker James. Suck my dick if you don't like that. Third game is Project Zomboid, and the fourth game is Dead by Daylight, with like no expansions. Super boring, and I haven't played in like 4 years since it like originally came out. Play Resident Evil. Dog, don't dog Resident Evil. I'll fight you. Which one though? I would rather play the remakes if possible. You'll play Resident Evil Rule 34 edition. I'm all about that. I've not played any of them. I'll have to ask Marcus. So it's Resident Evil Remake or Resident Evil 2 Remake. Silent Hill 1 or 2. Gibberish Sharks to Rule 34 confirmed. Yeah, I guess technically. Although I don't ever go to the Rule 34 website. Then we got Silent Hill 1 or 2. Then Project Zomboid, and then Dead by Daylight. Is there any one of those that's cringing right now? Fuck off, dog. I don't need you judging me. At least I'm honest about it. Can you say the same? Is anybody like opposed to any of those? Like fuck Resident Evil or fuck Silent Hill or fuck Project Zomboid or Dead by Daylight? Combo, don't be judging on something he is honest about. Being cringe is judging people in 2021. Hey, Alex, that's a base take. Why would you say something so beautiful and true? Alright, I think I got it. Jeez, Alex, chill. I'm giving you shit as a joke. Is it a joke though, Combo? Is it? I'm a troll, Jerbear. I thought you were a Combo. Not the biggest fan of how... What do I need to do? And maybe, Of course, it's a joke. Alright, both of you, answer my question though. Are either of you opposed to any of those games? I'm opposed to communism, as you should be. Communism is not the way to go. I would imagine that's something most people would find permissible to judge. I don't know any of the games really, so nah. What about you, Alex? Alright, I'm skipping. Oh, well, there's no point in skipping Halloween Town because we just listened to it for like 15 minutes. Oh, whoops. I know a guy who identifies himself as a communist. Well, then you've met people who don't know, who claim to know a bunch about politics but don't actually know anything about politics. Yeah. Anybody who claims to be a fan of politics has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Either that or they're a grifter. Pretty much. Hell, like, even, like, socialists, I would argue, probably don't either. But I could see, like, a socialist making more sense than a communist. I mean more of, like, a Puritan socialist, not, like, one that, like, aspires for socialist, policies. So did you get Windows 11, Jerb? No, I tried, but for whatever reason I don't have like a TPM or whatever the fuck it is. Or at least to my knowledge I don't have one. Which is reportedly very necessary. Hell, yeah. Effectively. Sucks to suck. I guess. I'm not hurting too bad. I mean, I've only heard like a little bit about it and I haven't necessarily heard anybody talk about it. So it must not be like super amazing. Get on my level, scrub. I'm sorry, sir. Sir, this is a stream. It's like Windows 8, nobody will remember it. Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I haven't heard anybody talk about it, so it's not necessarily something I'm like hurting for. Hopefully that looks about right when it comes time to... God damn it. Yeah, that honestly seems to be kind of the case. Because it's been out since like, what, the beginning of the year? Honestly, if nobody's talking about it before then, it's nothing to talk about. I think that's good enough for that. let's check the rest of these. There's still a couple of spots that we need to fix, but it is admittedly looking a lot better. These spots right here are really ugly. Damn it. Okay, that fixes it a little bit. Like, whatever the hell's going on here is just really intense. I'm surprised your fancy gaming PC can't get it, but my Lenovo ThinkPad can. I think it's just because maybe whatever it needs for 11, like mine just wasn't built with. But like since like it's quite literally like one thing, like my specs can like fuck it out of the water. But I don't think that's necessarily the issue. It's like a thing that like you have to activate in your security settings that mine doesn't have. Strange how that works. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not really hurting for it, so I don't care. Alright, hopefully this is gonna look good. I'm probably gonna stop messing with this here in a bit. That's definitely better. I still got this shit right here. I don't know how to get rid of it though. It's the weirdest part. Did you ever stop being a perfectionist? I can't. Like with this, I literally can't. Wait, what happens if I... Wait, what's happening here? I think I may have found my issue. Potentially. I think I just need to connect these somehow, like in a different way. That makes sense. This part of your like social media kit thing, yeah. So like, I'll show you the ones I've done here in a moment. So like you can see like, for the most part, like it looks fine. But these little hitches here and there, like kind of like really bothering me. Like this, I shouldn't have this. It should basically just be like a flat surface. let's bring that down. Because depending on the material that you're using, like it'll 100% be visible. And while it's passable and like you probably wouldn't even see it from like this distance, there's the possibility someone could like for whatever reason like come into this section and it looks so bad. So the fact that I can recognize it means it's a big enough deal that it needs to be fixed. Let me show you some of the other ones. Keeping in mind that like you may have already seen some of these, so if I'm showing you ones you've already seen, just bear with it. So here's one. I'm pretty confident you've already seen this one. Sell it to everyone for 20 bucks and they sell it to Alinity for 1K. I mean, like, I'm gonna have like a contract. Well, like, I don't know if that would be a contract or if, but it would basically be like by downloading this, you agree to not make money off of these in a direct sense. Isn't Facebook changing their name? Yeah, but that wasn't a very difficult one to do, so if I need to, I can always just change it. I mean, it's not like once you like buy it, you have to stay on my Patreon perpetually in order to use it. It's just like you can use it once you're no longer a patron. You just, if you want updates for it, you gotta stay a Patreon. I'm gonna be honest, I think changing Facebook's name is probably gonna kill Facebook. Patreon more like OnlyFans. I mean, hey, they're basically the same platform as far as what they offer. You know what? To be fair, they don't fuck you as hard as Twitch does. I'll take a 80-20 split over a 50-50 split any day. Yeah, but Patreon is better since OnlyFans is fucking out their platform. They're just trying to figure out, like, how better to market their stuff, because having adult content on your platform kind of makes it difficult to get advertisers and investors interested. But it's just something they have to deal with. They make too much money to really worry about it, in my opinion. Except Jared doesn't sell his nudes on Patreon, that you know. Well, I guess you do know, because markets would be top tier on my Patreon. Or Patreon, give him a high price, he would, yeah. I'll draw myself nude. Okay, going back to this. Pretty confident you've seen the Instagram one. By the way, some of these are going to be different sizes. Marcus would be paying top dollar for that shit. Yeah, he would. I don't know why Dark just doesn't do that. Also, for this, like, some of them are going to be different sizes. It's just because I'm testing certain stuff. Then you got this one. Then you have this one. I'm adding these in case people like Alex, since Alex plays a lot of Nintendo games, wants to add his friend code. Darth, because Darth has a girlfriend and morals. Everybody's got a price combo. And that's not discluding Darth or Ham. Then you got Patreon. Then you got PlayStation. for the same reasons as the friend code. Then you have the sadists. And the zoomers. And the boomers. Marcus is literally given Darth 50 plus gift subs. It would have happened by now. I don't know. We'll see. Then I believe you've seen this one. If you haven't, here it is. And of course, you've already seen this one. Then you got this one. And then you have this one. For again, the same reason as the friend code and the PlayStation. Snapchat is actually losing popularity for Zoomers. Well, yeah, because it doesn't really do anything special anymore. Want short videos? Instagram and TikTok got you on that one. Want to know where most of your friends are hanging out? Probably hanging out on Instagram and TikTok. Yeah, there's no reason. Literally just from messaging, pretty much. Yeah. Which is definitely not a market that they monopolize. And then finally, all of them have turned out really good. The only one that kind of is dog shit right now is in fact the Epic Games one. This one definitely needs the most work. I don't use Instagram because it's dumb as fuck. It's really nice for me personally, but that's because I make a lot of image content. I would say that and TikTok are probably my most profitable areas. Which is funny because like I have YouTube, but like YouTube doesn't even pull in the amount of attention that TikTok does for me. Like for example, that reel I just recently made a couple days ago. I think it's got like 60 views on here, or on YouTube rather. Maybe not even 60. Like on TikTok, I think it's like 10 times higher in reception. And with a lot better reception as well, like comment wise. It did well on Twitter, but that's just because I think the girl who I used her likeness retweeted it. So I think the majority of the people liking it right now are her fans. Certainly not mine, because mine don't ever fucking like anything except for maybe you and Darth and Alex. My Twitter followers kind of sleep on my content. Alright, I'm gonna save this for now. I'll figure out what to do with it later. Okay. Bear Bear has fans. Cute. So some of this is kind of like working into what we're already doing. I'm just here for the beard. Well, maybe I should just make an account for my beard and just post beard pics every day. I like post reels of me putting beard oil in it. Okay. Jerbear's beard. Yeah, pretty much. Oh shit. That could totally work actually. I would never do that, but I'd be lying if I said I would support. Yeah, I know. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't tempting. I think what sucks about it though is that, like, I don't have like very good skin. Like, I have rosacea and whatnot, which if you've ever noticed why my like cheeks are always pink, that's why. Could be a new TikTok trend. But yeah, like if my skin was better, like I'd totally just be a fucking like beard model. Then I have like white guy lips, like very thin lips. Whereas if I had more luscious lips, it would help accentuate my beard. I noticed that, but I just thought you were practicing so you could be a mall Santa in 30 years. Yeah. It's also for that. Here, I bet you if we yeah, you see how from like this angle, like you can see like a little bit of the catch right there. No bueno. Alright, I think I'll ask Rachel tomorrow morning, like, hey, what game should I play for Halloween? Get her answer and set that up. And attempt to stream a little bit earlier so everybody could actually catch it. Since Darth is streaming Bloodborne on Wednesday and I told him I wanted to help him get through a couple bosses, I can't stream on Wednesday. Tell me, child, what do you want for Christmas? I want a full overlay instead of emotes for my stream. Ho ho ho! Well, Santa can get you that for Christmas for sure. Oh God. Rachel's asked me to play Santa when I get older for grandchildren. Not happy about that idea. I'll be honest. 100% needs to happen. Not a fan of yours right now, Combo. I'm gonna check some of my files right now. Marcus will disguise himself as a kid just so he can sit on your lap. Oh ho ho! Hello there, little man. Tell me, what would you like for Christmas? Oh, I could tell you. Or I could show you. What? Oh, Marcus, what the fuck? I can see Marcus now in like overalls and like the spinny hat. Hello, fellow kids. We have to make sure he'll never be able to see this stream. Combo, I'm telling you, I can't. Hello there, little man. What do you want for Christmas? Hey, Zaddy. I want when I'm sitting on Arden. I don't know why I said Arden right now. You what, mate? Santa, who is half Australian in this skit. Nah, Marcus would die laughing at that shit. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, not giving him ideas. No, Marcus knows I love him. I would never speak poorly on Marcus. I've already given Marcus the idea of wearing a wig and trying to catfish Darth into a Tinder date. Yeah, just give him a blonde long wig. And boom, there you go. I think he said before, he's like, if I could shapeshift, y'all motherfuckers would be in trouble. Oh, God. I'm making these arrowheads a lot quicker than I was expecting to. Like, it doesn't take long, but it's taking my attention away just for a moment. Guess I'm technically working on this pasta box thing. I am technically fulfilling my quota of animation for the night. Oh, by the way, Combo, speaking of my portfolio stuff, Marcus is literally the Urban Dictionary of quality quotes. 100%. By the way, Combo, I've decided that I'm going to take 2 categories off of my portfolio and merge them with other things, so that way it'll be like 3 per section. So like right now I have it split off from like 2D film animation and 2D game animation. But honestly, I'll just make them the same thing. But I'll keep 3D film and 3D game separated from each other. I need to start figuring out, speaking of which, how to get that going. The 3D game stuff, that is. Well, as long as it doesn't say coming soon anymore, you're good. Yeah, I'm working on that. I'll also, maybe by the end of this, like once the stream's over, I'll be like working on putting like Dart stuff on my portfolio as well. That'll be fun. Oh shit, you know what I've realized that I didn't do? I never put myself in general chat. Alright, so what you're about to hear is gonna... Well, I don't know if you'll be able to hear it yet, because I gotta download it first. Oh shit, Supersonic, that's super poggers. I need to pull up... Yeah, let me pull this up in VLC. You guys aren't going to be able to see this, but just checking anything out. Why are you being so frustrating? Here, I'll watch this after the stream. Listen, I told you weren't gonna like it wasn't gonna make sense. Nick probably doesn't want me watching it on stream right now. Alright, let me make sure this makes sense. You know what that was, Combo? I was pulling up Marcus's timeline on Twitter. I think I'm gonna leave it like that, but like... Warning, do not look at his like tweets on Twitter. Yeah, absolutely. I remember the first time I did that. I was not prepared for what I was feasting my eyes on. I wouldn't say feasting my eyes. Marcus would say feasting his eyes. Yes, thank you, Compo. I need to pull up the original image. If I can find it. I accidentally clicked on his like tweets once and I was like, oh, wonderful. I really, really wanted to see two guys fucking today. Thanks, Marcus. He'd be like, you're welcome, Twink Tank. Yup. Yeah, I have no idea where my pasta box stuff is. I don't even remember if I made it one word or two. There we go. Why is it difficult? I think it's not showing. Oh, there it is. I gotta remove this. Okay. Excuse me. I don't know, man. Let me put this on the stream, and then maybe I can get some thoughts from you. Okay, well, I gotta go. Chair Bear, have a good night, you nocturnal weirdo. I'll see you later, buddy. You have a good, productive, restful sleep. I think I'll actually like take the sides off of this one. Almost there. Maybe 600 will do. Yeah, we'll do it at 600. Which means 600 on the other side too. Yeah. Keep working on the social icons. That shit could be good money if you sell it right. Yeah, 100%. I plan to do it like here in a moment, but I also need to work on my portfolio. You know, so it's not a Ubisoft production plan. Hey, you know what? At least it takes me far less time to work on that shit than it does for them to work on Beyond Good and Evil 2. You can at least give me that. A Ubisoft DLC calendar, yeah. It's all the same. I mean, if you're going with a DLC calendar, I would have gone more with like Super Smash Brothers or Dragon Ball Fighters, but yeah, I guess that works too. You're faster than the Overwatch 2 dev team, which says absolutely nothing. That was cold-blooded. Alright, buddy, I'll see you later. Jesus Christ, Justin, you scared the shit out of me. Alright guys, I'm gonna mute myself for a while. I'll unmute myself once if somebody comes back or somebody hops into the Discord. Yeah, if you guys need me, just let me know.
will still remain. Need an ocean full of love. I want a cup that overflows with love, although it's not enough to fill my heart. I want a barrel full of love, although I know it's not enough to fill my heart. I want a river full of love. I know the holes will still remain. I need an ocean full of love. I know the holes will still remain. Need an ocean full of love. In your mind's eye lives a memory hard to find, blinded by sorrow, and her cold voice sings a melody. Hear her sing, till frozen rain falls down. Can't hear your voice, she can't hear you call. You have earned your choice. If you're here, can you prove you're really here? There is a moment in time
You know what, guys? I gotta be honest. The steam of the stream is kind of dragging me a little bit. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Um, and then once I come back, I'm gonna kill the music for now. I think we're gonna listen to some Creepypasta, which is pretty fitting considering what we're working on. But yeah, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna grab another drink, preferably a energy drink, because right now I'm dying. Um, and yeah, I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Give me just a moment. I'll pull up that Creepypasta. All right. We're going to listen to the newer uploads first. And if those are good, we'll go ahead and continue listening to those. If they're kind of lame, we'll just go to the popular uploads. And let this track finish out. Okay.
How to never get a copyright claim again.
I'll never get a copyright claim again. Don't let ads play when you're playing videos of somebody else's stuff. There we go. Yay. Now that's what I'm talking about. Now that's what I call spoopy. Hang on a second, guys. I'll be right back and we'll start this. Alright guys, I'm going to be muted. I'm going to turn the volume up for the desktop audio. If you guys want to talk, just let me know.
I never believed in love at first sight before all this happened. At 16 years old, I had never even had a girlfriend, and although I had been infatuated with girls at school, I had never been in love. That all changed when I laid eyes on Clementine Sweeney. It helped that she saved my life that day and was also my first kiss, all in the span of a few minutes. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I should probably start at the beginning. My name is Jordan. I've been a minimum wage employee at Wicked and Wild Water Park since I was 16 years old. I'm 18 now, practically a senior citizen around here. I've spent 2 summers working at the water park, and this was my 3rd. Some people ask when I figured out this place was rotten. I tell them I knew from the day I met Clementine that there was something wrong with this water park. That was when I realized it was named Wicked and Wild for a reason. We're opening up for the summer again, and I'm both excited and dreading it at the same time. Working at a water park is a lot less enjoyable than visiting one, after all. You stand out in the hot sun and just get to watch while other people have fun. They're laughing and tossing around beach balls in the icy blue waters of the wave pool, and you're just roasting in the heat. You probably know the type of place I'm talking about. You likely have one where you live, or something similar to it. And can you picture it? On the sign out front, the K in Wicked is flipped around backwards to give it a fun and friendly sort of vibe. The lettering are tilted playfully, painted in bright rainbow colors. There's cutout cartoons of dolphins and orcas, flanking the brick pathways leading towards the entrance where you can buy an overpriced entry ticket. It's the sort of place where you go to on a hot summer day when you're desperate for ice-cold water, waves, few thrills. The smell of chlorine and tanning lotion permeates the air, and everyone walks around with their towels around their waists or slung over their shoulders, lobster red with fresh sunburns, little orange key fobs dangling from their shorts for lockers they paid exorbitant rates for. There are slides, wave pool with a lazy river, a midway with rides, games, and concession stands, everything you'd expect from a cut-rate, water-themed fun park. But it's far from perfect. Several of the older slides have bumps and divots in them, a result of neglected maintenance over the years.
Guys, I'm gonna change the title while this is going, so if you don't see anything going on in the screen for a bit, you'll know why.
And they'll scrape holes out of your back while you ride down them. This is especially common when the water pressure is poor, which is often. Our wave pool has a history of dirty needles and broken glass bottles being found floating in the murky water, along with other things. Soiled diapers, used band-aids, and tampons, to name a few. Still, I've yet to mention our wealthy owner's obsession with building bigger and bigger slides and more dangerous attractions, all of which he forces us to test for him. There have been other issues as well, problems that have been growing increasingly concerning to me, sinister things that I only learned about after becoming a manager. I'll get to that, I promise. I'm only 18, but since getting promoted, I'm the closest thing to an adult working here most days. And that's beginning to feel more and more obvious. Of course, there's also our owner, an obese, predatory-looking red-haired gentleman who insists on being called Uncle Bob. But he hides out in his office most of the time. When he does venture into the park, he draws all sorts of stares. He has a pale, freckled face, bright red, frizzy hair which grows sparingly in tufts on the sides of his balding head. Uncle Bob wears a similar outfit every day, despite the high temperatures. Always he's in baggy pants and suspenders, bright pastel shirts and polka dot bow ties. Sometimes he'll add a clashing plaid sports jacket that looks like it's escaped from the 1960s. Most people think he resembles a big, sweaty clown. Although, probably unintentionally. Uncle Bob is the only adult around here most of the time. This is the sort of place where parents drop off their kids and run, since it doesn't cater to them and borders on outright hostility towards grown-ups. When unsuspecting adults do venture in, they never come back after the first visit. The general consensus is, this is our territory. A place for kids and teens. Uncle Bob knows this fact and capitalizes on it. He makes parking so expensive that most people would have to be independently wealthy to afford it. There's no alcohol served in the park, another deterrent to keep adults away. And none of us totally understand why Uncle Bob wants to keep the grown-ups out, but most of us have theorized because of the frequent incidents, as we've come to call them around here.
Sorry, guys.
So we have had mishaps. Somehow Uncle Bob always manages to sort it out, though. The wave pool, as I mentioned, is particularly hazardous, not only for those who can't swim, but for everyone. On the day I'm going to tell you about, the day when my world turned upside down, I had to jump into the water to save a kid who went under. This was during my first season on a hot, busy day towards the end of August. When you've been lifeguarding for a little while, you learn to spot the people who can't really swim. The ones who got peer pressured into going out into the deep end or just don't know any better. People who can't swim do this distinctive little sideways hop with each incoming wave. Their eyes wide with fear, and they go deeper and deeper each time, relying on the precious floor beneath their feet to save them. And yet, still, they go in further. By the time their terrified faces go under, it's too late, but we've usually spotted them long before that. On that particular day, I remember it was hot and sunny as well. The humidity was making it even worse, and I was itching to get into the water. That's when I saw this one youngster hopping sideways into the waves. I mean, not treading water, just bouncing on stilted legs into the deep. It was a kid who looked about 12, and he was difficult to keep track of amidst the crowd. The pool was packed shoulder to shoulder that day. I looked across to the lifeguard on the other side of the pool. He looked back at me. We both saw the same thing. I made a V with my index and middle finger and pointed with them towards my eyes, then towards the kid, towards my eyes, towards the kid again. Keep your eyes on him, was what that meant. He stared at me blankly and shrugged. The young kid in the water had long, shaggy, brown, blonde hair, and he was doing the little sidestep jump into the pool, going deeper and deeper with each bounding step forward. He was tittering, looking back and forth between his friends' faces, but it was a nervous laugh, because he couldn't swim. I could tell that already. His friends went in deeper, treading water when the next big wave came, and he followed. He jumped off his tiptoes, and the huge wave rolled in, going up with it. But then it rolled past, and he came back down, his head going under the surface of the water. His friends resurfaced when the wave was past, but he didn't come back up. His pals didn't even notice. And they rarely do. I stood up in anticipation of the inevitable and waited, hoping that he would reappear. When he didn't reappear for several long moments, I blew my whistle. A siren began to sound, and I dove from my high perch into the icy waters and began to swim towards the middle of the pool. The kind people made a path for me and allowed me through, while others stared at me with cold eyes as I paddled past them, upset at me for spoiling their fun. The wave machine had been shut off temporarily for the rescue attempt. When I got closer to where he had been seen last, I went under. Opening my eyes under the water, I felt the sting of too much chlorine burning them. It was easy enough to see his vague shape down at the bottom of the pool, thrashing and struggling. I swam quickly down towards him, going as quickly as I could and fighting against my own buoyancy. When I finally reached him, I saw something I didn't understand. The rough white floor of the pool looked like it had been holding him there. Finally, I got close enough to see what looked like quicksand sucking him down at the bottom of the pool. The kid's eyes were wide and terrified, and I couldn't help but feel afraid as well, looking at the unnatural sight. It looked as if the bottom of the pool were drawing him down into it. I heard a loud slurping noise and saw his foot went in deeper, and he was now up to his ankle in it. Tendrils like fingers were wrapping around his lower leg and pulling him down into the permeable surface at the bottom of the pool. I grabbed hold of him under his arms from behind and tried to swim up towards the surface. He was thrashing and trying to get hold of me the whole time, desperate not to die, so it took a while to get him into proper position. Kicking with all my strength, I struggled to free him from the bottom of the pool. It was useless. My breath running out, I looked down at his face, purple with lack of oxygen. His desperation had faded into a groggy look that made me think he had passed out. His arms were limp, his fingers appeared blue in the water. Thinking I had no chance of rescuing him, I did what I always did instinctively when underwater, running out of air and anxious to get to the surface. I kicked off from the bottom of the pool. Stupid. The tenacious surface grabbed onto me like the suckers of an octopus tentacle latching onto its prey. My foot was completely trapped in it, and my panicking mind could not handle this new turn of events. I struggled against it and pulled with all of my might, but it wouldn't relent. With the world beginning to turn different shades of yellow and then red, I felt absolute dread rising up in me, nervous energy that made me feel like I was dying as I watched the kid I had tried to save do just that. His eyes rolled upward, his face bluish purple. That horrible slurping sound came again, and then I felt my foot go in deeper, sinking into the floor of the wave pool. This can't be how I die, I thought to myself. Please, not like this. Pulling harder, straining with every muscle in my body, I tried to yank my foot out of the nightmare goo that was living on the floor of the wave pool. I felt someone grab onto me, heard their muffled screams under the water, and then the world faded into blackness. My dreams usually fade and I don't remember them. But I remember what they were like that day. When I passed out at the bottom of the wave pool, I dreamt that I was back in Uncle Bob's office, getting interviewed for my job all over again. Feeling the same nervousness and anticipation that I had felt, the same uneasiness. It was my first time meeting him, and he was both scary and funny looking at the same time, his red hair poking out of the sides, growing out of his ears, his pale, freckled face smiling at me in a friendly way, asking me questions about my job history, and then frowning at my answers. But then finally, he settled back on smiling again and started to talk about when I would start and how long my training would last. I realized I was getting the position. "You seem like you'll fit right in here, Jordan," he said, standing up and reaching across his desk for me to shake on it. I stood up and reached out to grab his hand, and only then did I notice I was dripping wet, covered in water which was soaking the rug beneath me where I had been sitting. The water dripped from my arm down onto his desk, all over some important-looking papers which were stacked there. Embarrassment rushed through me, and I felt my face burning hot, but I looked up, and Uncle Bob was still smiling, as if this was of no concern to him at all. "Welcome to the team," he said, grinning broadly. Purple tentacles covered in suckers could be seen sprouting from his sides, rippling through his pastel pink shirt and tearing the fabric. That was when I looked down and I saw my dream hand signing something, a long and ominous-looking contract written in spidery cursive. The pages were stacked high, and my name was printed at the bottom where my half-finished signature now accompanied it. Terrified, I backed away from him, or at least I tried to, but it felt like I was underwater, stuck in slow motion. I couldn't breathe. I realized, panicking. "Finish signing it?" Uncle Bob said. His eyes black as midnight now, purple tentacles whipping around him like a lightning storm. I opened my mouth to speak, and water poured into it, down my throat and filled my lungs. Gasping for air, terrified, I grabbed the pen, my hand moving too slowly, and finished signing my name. I woke up after that, and she had her lips on mine, blowing life-saving air into me. I sat bolt upright, coughing water on my lungs, my head instantly aching like someone had hit it with a sledgehammer. She was there looking at me, concern in her eyes, when I finally came to my senses. Her pale, freckled face was rounded, reddened with too much sun, like all of us who had worked there. I had never seen her before. Her fine orange hair whipped around in the wind, making her even more beautiful. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking a little annoyed. I realized it wasn't the first time she had put forth a question. I'd just been too stunned to hear her. My first feeling was embarrassment for some reason, as if it was my fault I had almost drowned and she had saved me. I lowered my gaze, but then realized quickly how foolish that was. I had been trying to save the kid. I suddenly remembered why I had dove into the water in the first place. "He's still down there. We have to save him." Her eyes went wide, and she put her index finger to her bright red lips quickly to tell me to be quiet, as the crowd gasped in horror around us. "I'm right here," said the kid from nearby. He was almost the same as the kid who I had seen drown at the bottom of the pool. But he looked a little different somehow. His eyes a little meaner, a little less human. "Thanks for saving me." But I didn't. Before I could finish, the whole crowd was cheering like mad. Everyone was clapping for Clementine, and now they were cheering for me as well, since the kid claimed I had rescued him from drowning, even though I had failed miserably at it. "Don't say anything," she whispered in my ear. I felt the hairs stand up on the back of my neck when she did that, and I would have happily agreed to do whatever she said. I nodded. Later on, when the commotion had died down, she slipped me her phone number. At the top, she had written her name and a message in big black capital letters. "Trust no one but me. Clementine Sweeney." No girl had ever given me their phone number before. I felt my flesh break out in goosebumps as she handed me the slip of paper. Her fingers brushed lightly against my wrist as she did. She smiled at me, and I saw her blush, and I realized suddenly she liked me too. But how is that possible? She was beautiful, and I was me. I called her that night. The first time she didn't pick up and my heart began to pound nervously, my lips and mouth suddenly dry. I sat there waiting, debating whether I should call again, but then my cell phone began to ring, causing me to jump. Picking it up in my hands, I stared down at the screen. Clementine Sweeney calling. Sliding up with my thumb on the phone screen, I put it up to my ear. Hello? Hey, she said. It's me, Clementine. Hi, I said, trying to sound casual, feeling awkward and judging every word that came out of my mouth too harshly. How's it going? I'm okay, she said. How are you doing? I don't know, I said honestly. Did you see the same thing I did at the bottom of the pool? I mean, that kid, he was dead, right? Please tell me I'm not crazy. Honey, are you okay up there? I heard my mom shouting from downstairs, and I realized I was speaking too loudly. I'm fine, I'm playing video games, I yelled back, hoping that would somehow explain what she had just overheard. It seemed to, since she left it at that. You need to keep it down about this stuff, said Clementine. You don't understand what you've gotten yourself into. I let her words sink in for a minute before responding, contemplating. I finally spoke. How am I alive? That thing had me. It wasn't letting me go. Her breathing was the only thing I could hear on the other end of the phone. Until she finally told me the truth. My blood went ice cold when she did. It didn't just let you go. Uncle Bob never lets anybody just go. You signed the contract, didn't you? How did you... Because I did it too. It's hard to say no when you're drowning. That's how he gets you. At that point, you'll sign anything he puts in front of you. That was real, she said. All of it. I couldn't say anything. My hands trembling, my knees buckled. I almost fell to the floor. I think you'd better sit down for this. The morning after the wave pool incident, I went back to work at the water park. My nerves were shot after discovering the truth about what had just happened, but I knew I had no choice except to report in for my shift. The consequences of failing to do so had not been revealed to me yet, and I didn't want to find out what they were. My supervisor, Brett, flagged me down before I could find Clementine. She had been in trouble with her parents and wasn't supposed to use the phone. She told me hurriedly the night before in whispered tones that she had to explain the rest at work the following day. All I knew was that both of us had signed a deal with someone or something that we didn't understand. I was dying to know the terms of the agreement, and Clementine said she had some of those answers, but certainly not all of them. Hey, Jordan, how's it going, pal? Brett's wide, toothy grin was hard not to return. Just instinct, really. I found myself smiling the minute I walked into the park, even against my wishes. Gonna need you to head over to the boss's construction project over yonder, he said, gesturing to the towering colossus that was supposed to be a water slide at some point in the future. Although the idea of that terrified and astonished me. I said, no problem, and began walking in that direction. The behemoth structure of rickety steel columns and wooden planks supported a series of haphazard turning tunnels ascending upwards into the heavens. There was a roofed structure at the peak where I could make out the vague shape of someone standing. I was immediately concerned for their safety, as it looked like the thing could collapse at any second. It seemed to sway and bend in the wind. Uncle Bob had nicknamed this project the Beast, and it had been in various stages of construction for years, long before my arrival at the park. The slide was a behemoth. It was towering and steep, with sharp curves, big drops, and a chute at the end that shot you out into the air for much further than should have been legally allowed. In fact, I'm pretty sure any inspector would have shut this place down if he knew Uncle Bob was testing the thing, but of course, He was. Uncle Bob was standing at the very top. I saw as I approached he was holding a garden hose, pouring water down the slide. As I got closer, I saw that he had a kid up there with him. Not only that, but a bunch of watermelons for some reason. I quickly figured out what the reason was. He sent a few test watermelons down, and he heard the echoing rinds crashing against the plastic tunnel slides as they neared the bottom. There they shot out, zipping over the water of the swimming pool below at extremely high speeds, cracking on the hard pavement far past the landing zone. It didn't surprise me when they exploded on the ground in a spray of pink fruity guts and the black seeds, since the landing zone was a narrow inflatable pool that looked like it had been hastily filled with a foot or two of water. It was not even close to being big enough or deep enough to provide any sort of cushion for such an aggressive landing operation. Looking up at the opening where the kid was supposed to shoot out from the bottom of the slide, I was filled with a horrible sense of dread. I wanted to scream out to tell the boy to stop, to save himself while he still could. I realized who it was immediately. The kid I tried to save in the wave pool the day before. His name was Jimmy, I had found out the day prior. He had apparently taken a job at the water park. A total surprise. Uncle Bob had trapped another one. The big clown-haired boss man sent Jimmy down into the labyrinthian-looking maze of tunnel slides, and I waited for him to come flying out of the open end of the bottom. Several of us milled about and muttered about how we hoped he wouldn't wind up cracking his head on the pavement, spilling his brains out of his skull like the pink fruit inside the watermelon. None of us mentioned it, but we knew we'd be the ones cleaning it up. Strange thing was, he never came out of the tunnel slide at all. We waited around looking at the dark opening, and eventually Uncle Bob came down the stairs and gawked at it with us. When it became obvious that regardless of how much longer we stood there, Jimmy was not forthcoming from the tunnel slide, Uncle Bob randomly picked one of us to go in and look for him. Smiling at me, cryptically, he pointed at me and told me to start moving. He had some sort of homebrewed spray in his pocket that he, without asking, applied to my knees to give them more friction, so I could get up the slide without so much trouble. Uncle Bob gave me a flashlight, and a big kid lifted me up on his broad shoulders and sent me climbing upwards from the bottom. The dark interior of it quickly dried on the hot day, and the sticky plastic was easy to climb in my shorts. The spray-covered flesh of my knees rubbed abrasively and painfully with each movement. Pretty soon they felt raw and achy, and I guessed they would be bruised black and blue in the morning. I knew I could only get so far. There was a steep incline up ahead where riders traveling from the top would gain speed before the bottom, and it would be impossible for me to climb up that section. I had tried to tell Uncle Bob this fact, but he had insisted that I try anyway. It was hot in the tunnel without any water to cool it down. In the darkness, the echoing sounds of someone breathing heavily from far up ahead caught my ear. "Jimmy, is that you?" But then I realized it didn't sound like a kid breathing. It sounded like someone much bigger. Most of the tunnel up to that point had been dark, but now it was getting to be completely pitch black as I moved further into a section that had been covered with a wooden structure from the outside. It was meant to scare riders even further, I guessed, since they would have to just come from the last big drop at that point in the attraction, to next be plunged into darkness. But the wooden structure looked much bigger than it needed to be. My dim, crappy flashlight was now flickering and going out. The beam from it had been practically useless anyway. Clearly, the batteries had been nearly dead. I decided to keep going, since I was almost there by the sounds of it. Moving into the blackened space, I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I could hear breathing much closer now in the pitch-black sections of the tunnel slide. "Jimmy?" I called out. In the darkness, I felt like the walls were closing in on me, suffocating me as I crawled forward. It was suddenly very hot, sticky and humid in the darkness, making it difficult to breathe. I realized that in the tight space, I couldn't turn around. It had gotten very narrow in the tunnel, which explained why Jimmy had gotten stuck. But why would Uncle Bob design a slide that trapped people? "No. Screw this," I muttered to myself. "It's a setup." I tried to scramble backwards, but it was already too late. "Where are you going?" asked not Jimmy's voice from ahead. "Don't you want to play with us?" Flickering, the flashlight beam came on for just a moment, just enough for me to see Jimmy's rotting, waterlogged face just in front of me. He was being eaten alive by white maggot-like worms and fat black leeches that had taken large pieces from his cheeks and nose. His eye sockets were black holes, dark and empty, and he was grinning like a madman, teeth missing in places from his mouth. He was surrounded by a structure that was not the tunnel slide. I was disoriented when I saw wet, rigid walls extending past him that looked like the insides of some great creature's guts. Veins could be seen through the translucent mucous membranes, and I realized what I had heard breathing. It wasn't this undead boy just in front of me. It was the beast. The light went out again, and I was plunged into darkness. I tried to back away, but felt sharp, talon-like fingernails dig into the flesh of my forearms when I did. Not Jimmy, raking my arms with his claws and pulled off strips of skin as I desperately tried to pull away. He was quick, and his nails were sharp and long. My gushing bloody wounds began to pour, and that was probably the only thing that saved me. Screaming, I began to slide downwards. My blood was everywhere, creating a sufficient lubricant that allowed me to escape. It spouted from my cuts in my arms and created a slippery, sanguineous river that thankfully brought me sliding down the terrifying twists and steep drops straight out of the opening at the bottom. I went shooting out at high speed into the inflatable swimming pool, which caught me, just barely. A small amount of water cushioning my fall just enough to prevent my death, and it quickly went Kool-Aid pink with the vast quantities of blood I had lost. Kids dragged me out of the pool, and I remember hearing the sound of someone barfing when they saw what had happened to me. "Where's Jimmy?" one asked. "I think the beast got him," I told him between groans and profanity-laden outbursts of anger and agony. Uncle Bob was already gone, of course, back to his office, wherever that really was. The son of a bitch had failed at trying to kill me the day prior, so he quickly tried to off me again. It wasn't enough that I had signed his contract, I realized. He wanted to kidnap and clone me like he had with that Jimmy, keeping an undead copy for himself and sending one home to my parents. Essentially, ending up with 2 life-bonded indentured servants, one of them undead to fulfill who knows what horrible secret tasks for him. I guess that he needed the souls of the real person to create a copy, but that was only a vague assumption based on what I knew so far. What the hell was I going to do? Someone had brought the first aid kit, and I looked up from my bleeding hands and forearms to see it was Clementine. "Hey," I said, trying to act cool. It was difficult because of, well, all the blood loss. "Shut up. Lie down." "What the hell were you thinking going up there?" Her words stung more than I thought possible, and I felt my heart ache for a moment. But then her face softened, and she looked more worried than upset again. I realized her eyes were green. How had I not noticed that? A soft emerald green like nothing I had ever seen before. I always told people when they asked that green was my favorite color. She started to clean my arms with some liquid, saying, "Cold," as she sprayed it from the bottle. Then she began wrapping them with gauze, not minding that my blood was dripping on her bare hands as she worked. I guess they didn't have money for gloves in the first aid budget. Then I realized there probably was no first aid budget. I wondered if she had bought these items herself. "You're good at this," I said, admiring her handiwork. "Thanks. I used to be a nurse before all this." Her face looked truly sad for the first time since I had met her. Everyone else had left, leaving us alone at the bottom of the huge water slide. "I mean, you can still do that, can't you?" She slowly shook her head, applying medical tape to the bandages to keep them secure. We're both in the same spot, you and me. It's not just us either, but a whole bunch of the kids around here have been replaced by Uncle Bob's little doppelgangers. And it's hard to know sometimes which ones. They're completely loyal to him. Same as the undead versions of them. And who knows how many copies he can make if he wants to. He could be building an army of teenage zombies for all we know. So how do we get so lucky to still have free will if the rest are so subservient to him? Why were we spared? "Because I saved your life, dummy." She smiled as she said this. "I pulled you up from the bottom of the pool and gave you CPR. Otherwise, you'd be a mindless zombie too." "Yeah. Did I say thank you for that yet? Thank you for saving my life. And then kind of doing it again right now. Who knows what kind of nasty infections I would have gotten if you weren't here to clean up these wounds. I think you might be my guardian angel. I would wince at that cheesy line later that night in bed. There's more like us, too, you know. Other kids managed to survive Uncle Bob's attacks, but ended up signing the contract same as us. Like I said, when you were drowning or dying, that's how he gets you. He invades your mind somehow, and at your weakest moment, he lies and offers you the one thing he can't even really give you. In fact, by signing, you're... She broke off there, seeming hesitant to continue. What? Nothing. Never mind for now. I'll tell you later. I don't want to overload you too much for the first day of your contract. Your head's probably spinning as it is. It was. But again, that might have been due to the blood loss. I'm good, I lied. Okay, tough guy. Let's go to the break room for a minute. I want you to meet my friends. I stood up on shaky legs, and she put my arm over her shoulder to support me. I smiled, feeling the warmth of her against me. Happy to be back with her again. She was taking me to meet her friends. That was a good sign, right? I couldn't help but feel hopeful, despite how terrible I had felt a few minutes prior. Clementine made everything seem right, even though there was so much going wrong. We walked over to the structure nearby that had been set aside for our breaks, a ramshackle hut which had been constructed by teens at some point in the past, a thing born of necessity, as we all needed a reprieve from the sun. However, the lack of air conditioning, windows, and any real airflow turned it into a sauna. Still, it was shady, and more important, private. The kids called it the box, due to its small size and lack of windows. I also found out later it was some sort of sexual innuendo, since it was where many kids lost their virginities as well. Yeah, I know, you guys are pigs and all that, but come on. I didn't come up with it, okay? Don't shoot the messenger. When we got into the box, it was hot, as usual, but not as bad as on some days since it was still morning. 2 kids about our age were in there waiting, looking anxious, whispering in hushed tones about something as we entered, then immediately stopped talking. But then they saw Clementine's face and jumped up smiling. "You made it!" The 2 girls embraced. There was another guy, a year or 2 older than me, who Clementine walked over to next. She hugged him tightly, and I immediately felt a pang of jealousy. It was like an arrow through the heart. Suddenly, I realized I never even asked if she had a boyfriend. Had I misread the whole situation? Damn it. I was not going to be alone forever. All the good ones were taken, I thought to myself. Thinking 5 steps into the future, I was already picturing Clementine kissing him, turning to me and saying, "Oh, by the way, Jordan, this is my boyfriend, Ben. Isn't he the best? Jordan? Hey. Earth to Jordan." I realized I was standing there stupidly, zoned out in my own head. They were all looking at me, and I was staring off into space. Sorry. It's been a rough couple of days. I'm pretty sure I lost way too much blood. And also any happiness. "Hey, it's okay," said the guy. "I was just saying, my name's Ben. This is Marissa." "Everyone around here calls me Marie," said the girl, sticking out her hand. I shook Marissa's hand and then Ben's, squeezing his too hard for a moment before realizing I was even doing it. He didn't seem to notice. "So, how much has Clem told you about our little situation? She tell you her batshit plan yet?" Clementine's face went red as a strawberry, and she stared daggers back at Marissa. "It's not batshit. It would work if you guys gave it half a chance." I was struggling to catch up, and the world felt like it was spinning and going red around the edges. I barely know anything, just that we all signed a contract under duress, and now we're stuck here with some hellish creature that we don't understand. "Oh boy, I think I need to sit down," I said, grabbing onto the table. They helped me into one of the crappy folding chairs, and I plunked myself down. "Maybe this isn't the best time to lay another Uncle Bob bomb on him," said Ben, looking worried. No, I can take it," I said, trying to sound tough. Feeling a bit better after sitting. "Just tell me what the hell I've gotten myself into, please. Maybe I can help figure some way out." Clementine sighed, and they all sat down around the table with me. "Thing is, we don't know all the details either, but we all have the same experience. drowning, being forced to sign the contract, and it wasn't just us. There were more of us. Others, until recently. Bob said this, and then looked at Clementine as if asking for permission to say something. She nodded, tears in her eyes. Clem's boyfriend, Tom, had signed the contract too. Managed to survive a couple weeks before Uncle Bob finally caught up with him. Now he's got a doppelganger running around, and Clem said she ran into the undead version of him one day recently. Didn't go well. Clementine was crying next to me, and I put my arm around her, wanting to comfort her. She put her head against my chest and began to wet my shirt with her tears. She was sobbing and shaking as she grabbed onto my t-shirt and wept. He was falling into pieces, and he said, I'm next. It wasn't him anymore, I know that, but it just... I never wanted to see him like that. She looked up at me with reddening eyes, leaking tears. After a few minutes of silence, an idea occurred to me. We can stop him. I know how. The four of us can do it. We just have to take him out. No more Uncle Bob, no more contract, right? Ben looked at me, shaking his head, stunned. Man, you sound just like her. Clementine was staring off into space, tears still streaming from her eyes, but there was a hint of a smile flickering at the corner of her mouth now. At least, until I said what I said next. By the way, guys, I think you should know, the beast that slide Uncle Bob has been working on, there's something really messed up inside of it. I think if he opens that attraction, a lot of people are going to die and get turned into more soldiers in his zombie army. Clementine jumped up and looked around the room at all of us with wide eyes. He told a bunch of us this morning that he's opening it this weekend. That's the whole reason he was running tests today. The Beast is opening for business starting this Saturday. That's what he said. We resolved right then and there. We had to do something. The four of us were the only ones standing between Uncle Bob and his horrible, evil plans coming to fruition. Somehow, we had to topple the Beast. Have you ever liked someone romantically who didn't like you back? It stings, right? By 6 years old, I was an expert at it. I had plenty of crushes at school, none of whom knew I existed and was too scared to talk to any of them. But Clementine was different. In her, I sensed something which I hadn't felt before. The way she looked at me, the way she snagged every opportunity to touch my hand or my shoulder or my forearm or my hair. All these little signals told me that she liked me too, despite my self-conscious mind's objections. What I sensed in her was a reticence similar to a war widow, afraid to dishonor the memory of her MIA husband, only one who was doomed never to return from battle. It was like she still held hope for her lost boyfriend Tom, the one who Uncle Bob had taken like he had taken so many others. The poor guy was still out there, sure, but he was a mindless zombie now. I mean, couldn't she see that? The selfish part of me wanted her to forget about him, but I knew that was terrible of me. I mean, she needed time. And besides, we had other things to worry about now. Hey, did you hear me? I asked if you're ready. Clementine was waiting expectantly, standing next to me in the darkness. The tall chain-link fence topped with barbed wire stood before us, and beyond that, the water park. Sorry, I kind of got lost in my own head. Yeah, I'm starting to get that. That's okay. I still like you. Clementine's face lit up in a small, freckled smile. Just don't forget I'm here too. Taking her hand, I looked to Ben and Marissa. Everybody set? Ben and Marissa nodded nervously. Not really, said the looks on their faces. All right. Let's do this then. Ben took the thick blanket from his backpack and managed to successfully throw it over the top of the barbed wire fence so that it lay over the peak, protecting us from the sharp spikes up there. Nice job. Okay, make sure we've got everything and let's go. We threw our supplies over the fence and began to climb. The past week had been non-stop planning and preparation, which had led us to this. We had spent all of our savings on the equipment to do what we had to do. Uncle Bob's water slide, the Beast, had to be brought down. We had come under cover of darkness to do just that. I had discovered earlier that week that the slide was no ordinary attraction. There was something hidden within it, A massive creature, which I had only glimpsed a part of. I had seen the inside of its digestive system while climbing up from the bottom of the slide to rescue a kid who was supposedly trapped inside, but of course, it turned out that it had been a trap set for me the whole time. That's the last time I ever listened to Uncle Bob, I told myself. But then I remembered the contract I'd signed. The one I thought was a dream, a nightmare, but in fact, was reality. I signed my life away. That was what I had begun to realize. Maybe more than just that, perhaps my soul as well. My afterlife could end up being just as cursed as my regular one. The thought of working in this godforsaken water park for the rest of eternity was more than I could handle. And I was beginning to realize that Clementine was right. We needed to kill Uncle Bob. That was the only way. But we had to do this first. If not, who knew how many would die? The four of us climbed over the fence and only sustained minor injuries negotiating the barbed wire at the top, since a thick duvet now separated it from us. We all wore gloves, black clothing, and ski masks as well, which we pulled down over our faces as we entered the park. I wound up with a couple of painful cuts on my thighs, where the barbed wire had found its way through the blanket. Warm blood trickled down my legs, and I wondered how deep the wounds were, and how rusty the barbed wire was. Mentally counting the years since my last tetanus shot. Our destination was easy to spot. It towered over everything, just a black silhouette against the starry night sky. A beast. We assumed Uncle Bob had a few security guards roaming around the grounds, so we stuck to the dark places and walked in the shadows, weary and watchful of any flashlight beams or hiding sentries. The area we had entered near the perimeter was full of vendors and concession stands, so we tucked ourselves tightly against the walls of these buildings and avoided the light, hoping no security guards would see us. Strangely, there was no one. The place was eerily silent. As we crept along, we became bolder, seeing nobody patrol the park. We started to whisper to each other occasionally and began to betray our initial instincts to move stealthily. Finally, we arrived at the tall and imposing water slide. It towered above us, twisted and chaotic looking. Looking up at it, I felt nervous and jittery, my hands trembling and my stomach tied in knots, thinking about what we were about to do. "Are we sure about this, guys?" asked Ben, mirroring my concern. Clementine looked resolved, though, and I followed her lead when she nodded. "As sure as we're ever going to be. We gotta stop him. This is the first step." Ben nodded, and he pulled the tank of fuel out from his backpack. "Well, at least it's mostly wood. If we can get it going, the rest should catch easily enough." I looked up to see where the ignition point for a fire should be, trying to determine which section of the water slide would be most flammable looking. Of course, the one place that caught my eye was the spot where the beast was slumbering, hidden beneath a wooden structure that covered a section of the slide. This is where the riders would be plunged into darkness on the attraction as they descended downwards, only to be swallowed up by the thing which lay inside. Their bodies and souls would belong to Uncle Bob. The slide was scheduled to open the following day now. Up there. Wooden structure near the middle. Then another fire at the base of the stairs, and the whole thing should go up. We had discussed things beforehand, but now that we were here, the holes in our hasty plans were becoming more obvious. Our nerves and adrenaline had taken over, and everything felt slipshod and tentative, like we could be caught in any second. "Marissa and I will take the stairs. You guys head up to the middle of the slide, okay? Be careful." Clementine was the voice of reason, remembering the important details and reminding us to execute our part. Ben and I made our way towards the base of the slide. When we got to the place where it opened up at the bottom, I boosted Ben on my shoulders so he could get up to the ledge holding it up. Then he reached down and helped me up as well. The beast was built up on a hill, so we were able to climb on the dirt slope of the embankment, although it was steep and difficult to traverse. As we climbed up towards the structure at the center of the slide, I looked back down to see Clementine pouring gasoline on the base of the staircase. "We better hurry. There could still be security guards patrolling this place. Clem and Marissa are pretty exposed down there," I said to Ben. The steep slope was tough to negotiate, but eventually we made it to the covered section. The wooden structure was shadowy and dark inside, but I heard the sound of something enormous, breathing noisily from within. It was snoring, I realized. I put my fingers to my lips, indicating for Ben to be silent. His shocked face told me he had already heard the sound of something enormous breathing, though. and he had no desire to wake that thing up. As quickly and quietly as we could, we began to pour the gasoline, and once the structure was soaked in it, I heard the sounds of disturbed sleep from within, sniffing sounds and movement like it was waking up. Terrified, I started to move away from it, pulling Ben with me. Moving away from the structure, we dropped the burning Zippo and watched as it went up quickly in flames. The fire spread, and as we descended the hillside to escape, we heard the shrieking, high-pitched cries of something large and evil dying within the tunnel slide. It howled in pain and fury, and the entire structure shook and began to crack in places as the monster inside bucked and thrashed, burning, attempting desperately to escape. But it was too late. The inferno was swelling up into the sky now, and the wooden structure was roaring with a massive gasoline-fueled fire. Looking down at the bottom of the staircase, I saw Clementine had accomplished her objective as well. The wooden stair structure was engulfed in flames, but I couldn't see Clem. At least, not at first. Once we got to the bottom of the hill and jumped down on the solid ground again, I saw her. Actually, I heard her first. She was screaming. Her high-pitched cries for help were intermittently muffled as if someone was covering her mouth while she was violently resisting them. Ben and I ran from the bottom of the slide over towards the stairs where we had seen her last. They were about 100 yards away from where we were, and once we got there, it was already too late. Marissa had escaped, but Clem wasn't so lucky. Looking up at the glowing inferno, I saw Clementine being carried up the stairs by several of Uncle Bob's undead servants. They looked like teenagers about my age, but their eyes glowed red in the night. Their flesh was melting and singed black from the fire as they climbed the burning steps, but they paid no mind. Clem was burned as well. Her ski mask and black clothing smoking, on fire in places, as they carried her up the stairs away from me, towards the top. Up high at the top of the burning slide where the roof structure stood, I saw Uncle Bob. His face could be glimpsed grinning in the glowing fire. Ben was holding me back as I screamed and cried out, begging him to let me go, trying desperately to run up the stairs and chase after them. The flames were hot as hell, and I eventually relented. The heat of the inferno on my face bringing me back to my senses, forcing me to retreat from the base of the stairs. Clementine was at the top of the stairs now, appearing to have passed out, unconscious from the smoke. I saw the zombie children were blank-faced and impassed as they showed her to Uncle Bob. He pointed at the entry point of the slide, and they threw her down into the opening at the top. I imagined her sliding down the tunnel in the liquid heat of melted plastic and her own burning flesh. No, my mind couldn't take any more of that and shut it away, hoping somehow it wasn't true, that this was a trick. No! I screamed. But it was too late. It was already too late. My knees buckled and I fell down to the ground, unable to comprehend what had just happened. At that moment I was sure that Clementine was gone forever, but of course, around here, dead doesn't always mean gone. Even though often that would be a relief. The flames were licking up the wooden structure now, almost completely consuming it. But the owner of the water park did not seem to care. Uncle Bob seemed to bask in the fire, embracing its intense heat, his hands stretched out wide like a pastor during a prayer service at the evil evangelical church. A dark prophet, a fire demon, a bad omen for everything. As it consumed everything around him, he stood taller and looked as if he grew larger in the flames. Part of me wondered if it was the fire he was feeding on, or our pain and suffering, and maybe it was both. "You'll need to do more than that to stop me, children!" His voice boomed like thunder from the top of the monstrous water slide. The sound of the beast dying inside had ceased. And now there was only the sound of his voice and the crackle of flames burning all around us. In the distance I could hear the wails of a fire truck's engine and perhaps a police car coming with it. "We need to go," said Ben, pulling my arm. "We can't save her, man. We gotta leave her. I'm sorry." Marissa was gone too, but we met her outside the park during our escape. She hadn't gone away after seeing what happened to Clem. Unable to stop it, the three of us ran from there and got away without incident. Our small-town police force never did figure out who started the fire. We were all devastated after that night. I thought for sure we had lost Clementine, but then 3 nights later I heard something rap against my window. Like a pine cone or a small pebble. A few seconds after that, it happened again. I open the window and I look down below to see a familiar face. At least, half familiar. It was Clementine. She looked up at me and her green eyes met mine, sad but hopeful. I heard myself gasp and seemed to look like the world was spinning in circles around me. I backed up, unable to control my shaking legs. They propelled me away from the window, away from my would-be girlfriend who stood outside, despite the fact that she was dead. When I looked back outside again, she was gone. My voice caught as I called after her, trying to bring her back. Clementine was alive. But she did not look like how I remembered her. Her face was split down the center like a black and white cookie, like Two-Face from Batman, like Hel from Norse mythology. On one side was the freckle-faced girl I had fallen in love with. On the other was a burnt and melted visage, purple and black, with mangled and warped scar tissue, muscle and bone could be glimpsed beneath, shining bits of skull protruding, but she was alive. And I got the impression it really was her. Uncle Bob's Wicked and Wild Water Park is open for the season. God help us all. The smell of sunscreen and chlorine fills the air yet again, and as I walk around the park doing my managerial duties, I'm reminded constantly of how much I'm missing out on my youth, my summers, and plenty more than that. Gone to this hellhole. All around me are people my own age, laughing, flirting, having fun in the sun, while I take laps around the park in my sticky with sweat polyester uniform, attempting to keep the employees somewhat in line, basically ensuring they show up for work and aren't blatantly drunk or high. When I started this saga, I told you all these things happened to me a couple years ago, when I was 16. I'm 18 now, and things have only gotten worse since then. Since we set fire to the beast, since Clementine was captured by Uncle Bob, and everything turned sour. Thanks to circumstances far beyond our control, Uncle Bob was forced to take last year off from his recruitment activities. The water park was shuttered over that time. It's only now reopening for the first time in 2 years. The lost summer, as Uncle Bob called it mournfully, was instead spent upgrading the park's features. All these tasks were performed by us, of course, his living and undead teenage servants. At least you still have a job, my mom told me reproachfully over dinner one night, last summer when I was looking glum. She had been laid off a short while before that and told me that I should be happy. I was still living there rent-free, considering how much money I was making working at the water park. I couldn't even tell her the truth that I no longer received a paycheck for my indentured servitude. Things were tense for a bit, but she's since gotten a new job and things were looking better. Anyways, summer's back again and the park is opened up for the year. Our nefarious owner is up to his old tricks again. Several kids have mysteriously disappeared in the wave pool and on other attractions, only to reappear later on, much to the surprise of their anxious friends. Uncle Bob instructs us to delay these kids' friends from calling their parents for as long as possible, while he sorts out each unique catastrophe in his own special way. I find I now have little willpower to resist his instructions these days. It's like his controlling influence is a sickness, and any immunity I once had has dwindled away over the past few years, the longer I've been here working for him. These days, Clementine is my only glimmer of hope in the world. The only glimpse I get of her are when she leaves notes outside my bedroom window late at night. She always covers her face with a hood, keeping it cloaked in shadow, after that first time when I saw her and looked so stunned and afraid. I whisper to her that she's still beautiful. Leave her notes to show my affection hasn't dwindled over the time, but she only remembers my initial shock and horrified reaction at seeing her half-mutilated face. Missing flesh and pieces of muscle in places where shining bone protruded. Her eye sockets, the tendons and muscles opening her jaw when she spoke were all visible, and I couldn't help but shudder to think about it. I'm sorry, Clementine. I know it wasn't your fault. For the past couple of years, I tried desperately to think of a way to get her back to her old self again. But all I can come up with is the idea that if we could somehow get rid of Uncle Bob, then maybe, just maybe, everything will go back to normal again. I know it's a long shot, but Clementine seems to have a plan. When I was leaving work a few weeks ago, I saw someone peeking from the shadows below a sewer grate, lifting it up just enough so I could see their eyes. Who it was, I couldn't tell, but it frightened me badly. Over the next couple of weeks, I saw the same thing again and again. Someone watching me, observing me from the shadows. It wasn't Clementine. I knew that much based on their movements and features. Then, late one night, when I was walking home from work, they grabbed me. All I heard was a rustling sound coming from a shrub off to the sidewalk, movement and voices surrounding me. Then I was plunged into darkness as someone shoved a sack over my head, and rough hands laid hold of my arms and picked me up, carrying me away. I tried to scream, terrified, unsure of what was happening or who was doing this to me. The hands which held me roughly were slippery and wet, a smell of rot and decay emanating from the captors. It was difficult to breathe, and the stink as they dragged me back towards the water park, kicking and screaming. Uncle Bob was finally going to turn me, I knew it. My life was over. I had worked as a contracted employee for too long, far longer than anyone else has. For a time, I thought I was special, that he was going to let me live, but it was not to be. At least I'd get to be with Clementine. That was the one thing that kept me from breaking, kept my mind from snapping like a twig. They dragged me downstairs and along musty-smelling corridors, down more stairs, and into what I assume were sewers under the park. It stunk like human waste and still water. Bugs buzzed around my head and landed on my face, some of them biting me despite my muffled screams of protest. Rats and mice could be heard on the floor, but I couldn't see them through the bag which covered my head, soaking the world in darkness. I felt them brushing against my legs, though, and I cringed and grit my teeth, hoping they wouldn't climb up my shoes and ankles as I pictured them doing just that. Their furry, diseased bodies bumped against my skin, and I couldn't stop myself from yelling in panicked fear a couple of times. Finally, it seemed my captors were satisfied. We reached our destination. They pulled the bag off of my head, and I blinked against the bright lights which assaulted me like an interrogation room in a police station. Mutilated faces surrounded me, their grotesque features barely visible in the shadowy room, in the halo of the bright lights which blinded me. Zombie kids in various states of decay huddled close around me on all sides. The stench was extraordinary, like the smell of month-old roadkill mixed with stagnant coppery blood, like a dead raccoon in your attic you find a year after expiration, like an abandoned slaughterhouse or a broken trash compactor full of old meat. "You're here," said a familiar voice. Kind, warm, filled with concern. "We've been waiting," said the same voice, only different. Now cold and passive. Clementine was standing in front of me, her head turned so that the rotting, dead flesh looked at me, worms and maggots feasting and squirming within. Her right eye was puffy and black with necrotic tissue, her face still split down the middle, alive on the left, decaying corpse flesh on the right. "Clementine? What's going on? What is this place?" A cold, hard laugh came from her then, but that was cut off abruptly when her beautiful face turned to look at me again. This time, the living side of it that I knew so well and had fallen in love with. She smiled and spoke with sincerity and warmth once again, but the words were serious and grave. "This is where we've been hiding. Where we've been planning for our attack against him. Against that son of a bitch who did this to all of us." Her face turned, revealing the corpse flesh once more, and the voice changed back, causing my chest to tighten with fear. I realized this was not the same girl I had fallen in love with at first sight, the one who had saved my life. This was someone else. At least half of her, anyway. A knife gleamed in the dull light, and I realized she was holding a long blade behind her back. "We're gonna kill Uncle Bob, Jordan. Are you with us? Or are you against us?" She gripped the knife more tightly as I hesitated and waited for my response. I only hoped that when I replied, it would be the answer that she wanted to hear. "How do you kill an immortal being?" We had seen Uncle Bob standing in the midst of a burning pyre, laughing like a demigod. He could breathe underwater, blending in like an octopus in a reef. He could move around the park with impunity, seemingly invisible at times. The water park was his habitat, and he was the alpha predator, the top of the food chain, great white shark of the place. How do you kill that? Still, we knew it was the only way, and while I worked my last day shift before the big event, I was forced to consider again how dangerous it all was. Sitting on the shore of the wave pool, I watched as the crowd went up and down in lazy parabolas, sinking and rising with the swells. Many were lounging in bright yellow inner tubes, others dangling from pool walls in the deep end like underage Spider-Men, screaming with joyous abandon as the lifeguards shouted and blew their whistles at them. The sunburned masses of teens were oblivious to the dangers lurking beneath the clear blue water. A couple of summers ago, I nearly drowned right where you're swimming, I wanted to yell. The girl of my dreams saved my life, and now she's a half-dead zombie, and we're planning on killing someone together later tonight. I didn't yell that, of course, but part of me wanted to for some perverse reason. Just like part of me can't help but picture what it would be like to fall off an overpass and land in the midst of speeding traffic below whenever I walk over the highway bridge on my way to work. Is that weird? Maybe I just have a vivid imagination. I felt like I had to get it all out there. All these secrets and lies and deceits, despite the deadly consequences, just to see what would happen. But that was probably just Uncle Bob's influence, I realized as I came out of the trance, shaking my head. He couldn't read my mind, but he had spies everywhere, and his influence on me was strong and difficult to negotiate. I had to be vigilant. The sun was beating down hard on my neck, and I felt the sweat dripping down my back, swamping my shoulders and armpits in the thick polyester uniform. I decided to go stand in the shade for a few minutes. I went over to a nearby concession stand when there was a small lineup. We were allowed free tap water, no soda, at any of the concession stands, but we didn't get preferred treatment. We had to stand in line just like everyone else. "What's up, buddy?" The guy standing in front of me in line was eyeballing me, and I wanted to ask him what the hell he wanted. I wasn't in the mood for a joking kid who thought that was his punchline. "You work here?" he said, the snooty grin spreading wider. He lowered his shades and looked me up and down. He had long, wavy blonde hair and was wearing a bright orange bathing suit, white tank top, and flip-flops. "Yeah. What's up with the owner of this place? I hear he's nuts." I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me wanted to recruit the guy for our mission, but that was far too blatant, and for all I knew, he was a spy. I decided to err on the side of caution. I wouldn't know. He seems normal enough to me. The line was moving, but the guy wasn't. I pointed ahead, but he ignored me. I noticed again that he was a half-foot bigger than me and had some rather large muscles. I wondered if we were going to have a problem. My adrenaline began to kick in, and he ignored my attempts to move the line forward and just stared right through me instead. He began to emit a low growl. His upper lip quivered, revealing sharp incisors. The sun was beating down hot on my neck, and the shade looked so close. He's probably just high on meth or something, I decided. I mean, these things happen. I began to back away, then edged around him nervously, moving gradually towards the concession stand. He turned mechanically, followed me, taking long, deliberate strides, inching closer, still growling low in his throat. I didn't want to turn my back on him. I moved away from him towards the cool shade, thinking I would have to ask the clerk at the concession stand to call for backup to kick the guy out. I looked back quickly and found the line and cleared away with unnatural speed. The area was abandoned. And I was by myself now with the scary-looking guy and the clerk behind the counter. "Hey, call for somebody to come here quickly. This guy's all hopped up on something," I said, without looking at the employee. There was no response. But I had sworn I had seen someone behind the counter a moment before. The long-haired kid moved a step closer, looming large over me now. He was still growling, fists clenched, cords standing out on the sides of his neck. "Did you hear me?" I said, agitated now, afraid to turn around. "This guy looks like he's about to eat my face or something." No answer. The terrifying figure stepped closer, and I spun around, ready to jump into the booth to get away. I froze, surprised to see Uncle Bob, of all people, standing behind the counter instead of the clerk. He was dressed all in white, with the paper hat, the red bow tie, the name tag, and everything. He would have looked ridiculous if not for the fact that it was so horrifying, like seeing an adult dressed in children's clothing waiting for you in a dark alley at night. The hell was he doing working behind the counter of a snow cone stand? It caught me off guard, and I felt for a moment as if my heart stopped beating in my chest before it kicked in again and began to pound rapidly. He smiled and seemed amused by my horror. I had just been thinking about shouting how we were going to kill him, and now he was standing in front of me. His eyes bore into mine as a low growling continued behind me. I felt sure that he would read my mind as he watched me with growing interest. "You're planning on killing me, aren't you? Good luck with that, kid." I heard his mocking voice in my mind as plainly as if he were speaking to me. I hoped it was just my imagination, but then wondered if that was just wishful thinking. "Hello, Jordan." "Hi, Uncle Bob." His hands were behind his back, and he leaned forward expectantly, asking, "Are you thirsty, Jordan?" I nodded, my mouth dry. I hadn't realized before just how much I needed a drink. I felt like I hadn't had a sip of water for a week, a month, even. I couldn't remember the last time. How had I forgotten to hydrate on such a hot summer day? That's how you have heat stroke. Even a rookie knows that. "Here you go, my boy," he said, handing me an ice-cold, frigid-looking bottle, dripping with perspiration. I licked my lips with a sandpaper tongue and reached out for it desperately. As my fingers touched it, he pulled it back out of my reach, and my knees buckled with desperation. A hoarse groan escaped my lips, and I looked to see him grinning even more broadly than before, relishing every moment of this exchange. "You want it? Then tell me. What is she planning? I know she's planning something. Now, tell me." The hot breath of the guy behind me was on my neck. It made me feel claustrophobic since he was standing so close. I could feel his body heat. "Who?" I asked, playing dumb. "Your little bitch!" "The one you've been seeing behind my back in the sewers, outside your window at night. You think I don't see you? I see everything!" He lifted me up by my shirt collar, and I looked around to see the entire park all around us was abandoned. All noise had ceased. Everyone was gone except the three of us. "I don't know. I don't know," I shouted, resisting his eyes as they bore into mine and attempting, with every fiber of my being, not to let my fear take hold. "Think harder!" He was holding me up by my throat now, and the world began to turn shades of yellow and then red and then finally black before I managed to squeak out a word. A word I'll regret saying. But it's done now. That one word seemed to be enough for him. I fell to the concrete and skinned my elbow badly, and when I looked up, he was gone. As was the guy with the long hair. Screams were coming from somewhere nearby, and I realized it was me. There were suddenly customers in line again, and a normal kid was behind the counter, serving them colorful fruit-flavored snow cones. I felt like I had fallen into an alternative reality for a moment. Come back again, just like that day, but beneath the wave pool. "You okay, dude? You don't look so hot." There were people reaching down to help me up, and their concerned faces told me everything I needed to know. They thought I was having a breakdown of some sort. To their eyes, I had been standing there 1 second, and then I was on the ground screaming a moment later. "Water," I croaked. My mouth and throat were parched as if I hadn't been drinking anything in days, and maybe I hadn't. Was Uncle Bob messing with my mind to get information out of me, or just to punish me? Probably both. "They get this guy some water." People rushed around, and a few moments later, I had a tall glass of water in front of me, which I proceeded to take long, greedy sips from until I started to gag. "Dude, you really need to stay hydrated better. It's summer. What are you, a rookie?" I finished my shift and left the park feeling guilty. Why did I feel guilty? I couldn't remember. There was something I was supposed to do, but I couldn't remember that either. It was like parts of my mind had gone missing. That feeling was wholly unsettling, and I went home with an uneasiness that didn't go away. A growing sense that I was forgetting something really important began to gnaw at me. I thought about it, going round and round in circles in my mind, and then it came to me. I was supposed to be killing Uncle Bob. He had gotten to me when he confronted me at the concession stand. He wiped out part of my memory, or at least he tried to. But I had gotten to him as well. Bolting out of the house, I rode my bike back towards the water park as fast as I could. I checked the time on my phone as I pedaled down the street and saw I was running late, but if I hurried, I could still get there in time. Clementine was waiting for me in the sewer tunnels. Her face was shadowed in the darkness, and I could barely make out her half-mangled features. "You're late." "I know, sorry." She didn't say anything more, so I didn't explain. Just followed after her as she began to march down the tunnel. I quickly realized we were not going to the location she had told me about was the target. She was taking me somewhere else. The storage room where Uncle Bob kept our life contracts was on the other side of the park, and Bob would be guarding it closely since I confessed it was our target. But it wasn't. You know, even after this is done, even if this all works out, things will never be like they were between us. You know that, right? Her words shocked me. I hadn't even considered it. I just assumed that when this was over, things would be normal again. That everything would go back to how it was when we first met. Why not? Why can't things go back to the way they were? I miss you. She spun around, and even in the darkness, I saw tears in her eyes as she spoke. "Because you can't look at me. Look in my face." Her half-dead, half-human face was split straight down the middle. Shadows obscuring most of the worst details, but I could still see the necrotic flesh on one side, puckering and gray with worms and millipedes crawling in and out of the eye socket. "It's never going to be the same. Now, let's just get this over with. I just can't talk about it right now. It's hard enough as it is." She began to walk again, and from behind, I saw half her hair was still orange, while the other side was now mostly bald. Dead scalps falling out in clumps with her movements. Finally, we reached a ladder which took us down one more level. It was dark down there, and I could barely see. The rest of them should be setting fire to the park as we speak. By the time we get back up there, this place will be nothing but cinders. But that won't kill Uncle Bob. He'll just rebuild, using us as labor like he did last time. Clementine's voice was quiet, and I followed her along the narrow passageway. "Right, but you said that you had a plan. Do you have a plan? You do have a plan, don't you?" She had said during our planning that my contract with Uncle Bob had left me susceptible, but that she couldn't tell me the specifics. It hadn't occurred to me until now, hearing the hesitation in her voice, that she didn't want to tell me what she was going to do. "Where are you taking me?" Clementine let out a long sigh and rested her hand on the door that we had come to in the darkness. "This wasn't going to be easy, I knew that. But I had no idea just how difficult it would be." "What isn't going to be easy, Clem? Show him! Shut up! Just shut up! Shut up!" It was her other side. The dead one was speaking. It had a different voice, hoarse and harsh, laced with malice. "You're gonna have to show him eventually. Get it over with. Why else did you come down here? When else, if not now? Why can't you just shut up?" She pushed the door open, and it revealed a dim blue light within. Clementine entered, and I followed after her, unable to resist my curiosity, despite a growing unease, a worry which had crept into my guts, leaving a cinder block of dread there. I walked in behind her and found the room was filled with a huge aquarium. It took up most of the enormous underground room. A gigantic creature filled most of the tank. The thing looked like a large, flesh-colored octopus covered in purple, spotty patterns. It had many eyes which were all closed as if it was sleeping, breathing in and out regularly. There were hoses and wires hooked up to equipment on the other side of the room which looked complex and advanced, far beyond anything known on Earth. "What the hell is this?" I whispered, terrified of the thing waking up. Clementine walked up to the tank and laid her hand on the glass gently. Then she turned around and looked me dead in the eye. "Say hello to the real Uncle Bob." It turned out that Clementine did have a plan. Not an altruistic or good plan, but a plan nonetheless. "What do you mean, the real Uncle Bob?" I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was the largest octopus I'd ever laid eyes on, being held aquatic prisoner under the park. But Clementine was claiming that this was actually the devil who had caused all of our woes. There's something I need to tell you about me. Something I was scared to tell you before. I'm still scared. But you're going to find out soon enough. What are you talking about? What the hell is going on, Clementine? I wanted to tell you sooner. I just wasn't sure how you would react. Tell him! The decaying side of her face was screaming again. I am! Jordan, How do I say this? Uncle Bob. He's my dad. My jaw dropped, and I stared at her in shock. I backed away, suddenly terrified to be near her. She looked up and appeared crestfallen. She had the same look as when I saw her mutilated face after the accident. I told you he wouldn't understand, said the dead side of her. She ripped one of the tubes from the side of the tank and water began to spray on the floor, gushing from the opening like a fire hose. Alarms began to sound from the machinery in the corner. Clementine pulled an electrical cord, then another and another. Her face was a blank mask, emotionless. Sparks flew, and with all the water on the ground, I was scared of being electrocuted. Backing away from her, I saw the look on her face of betrayal and spurned hope. My hand found the door behind me, and I pushed it open just as the eyes of the massive octopus popped open, and it began to thrash about in its glass cage. I ran out of the room. I fled from there, down the dank basement tunnels, and up the ladder, and out of there as quickly as I could. When I got to the surface, popping up from a sewer grate and sticking my hand out like an escaped convict, I saw the water park was on fire in the distance. My heart was pounding, I was sweating from my escape. My mind tried desperately to make sense of what I had just seen. The only conclusion I could come up with was that she had just committed patricide. Clementine said Uncle Bob was her father, but that strange psychic octopus alien creature was likely not capable of giving birth to a human child. My guess was that it had been telepathically controlling a human host. The one we knew as Uncle Bob, and that Uncle Bob had found a woman to partner with at some point who had given birth to Clementine. But really, I didn't know for sure. Another part of my mind pictured the spider creatures from Alien that latched onto people's faces and then implanted their young down the throat of unsuspecting victims. And for all I knew, Clementine had a little octopus creature living inside her, pulling her gears and operating her like a piece of machinery. But that was unlikely. And all these thoughts ran through my mind as I ran from the water park, as fast as my legs could carry me. And at some point I heard a loud, shrill, ear-splitting scream from behind me, where I had come from. It cut through the air like a knife in the darkness, and it pierced my ears. They ached for days, and I still hear a faint ringing, non-stop. But the good thing was, I felt him let go. I felt Uncle Bob's grasp on me disappear. It was gone. She was gone. I was sure of it. There was no way she could have survived. A few days passed, and the fire was all anyone in town was talking about. Everyone said it was sad the owner had passed away. Even though he was a controversial character, Uncle Bob was a fixture around town, and his supposed love of children was well known. A local reporter began to ask around town and came to talk to me since I had worked there for so long. He wanted to know if the tales about the place were true, if it had been as wild at the water park as the stories said. I can't really talk about it, I told him. I'm still under contract. The words slipped out naturally, and I didn't realize I had even uttered them until later. I see, he said dubiously. Okay, one more question. Do you have any thoughts on the new owner? She's a bit young to be running an amusement park of that size, don't you think? That's the first I'm hearing about it. What's the new owner's name? I asked, already knowing the answer. Already knowing who my new boss was going to be. Clementine Sweeney, he said. Did you ever work with her over at the water park? I let out a little chuckle. Yeah, she saved my life once upon a time. The reporter raised his eyebrows, brought his pen up to the notepad once more, and settled in, looking curious. I got a story about that, actually. If you want to hear it. Hey there, kids, it's me, Mr. Having I've been writing about my hometown for a while now, and though many of you may know the name Samuel Singer and have roamed the streets of Habitsville vicariously through my stories, there's one special spot in town that I've never written about. The cemetery. All of the horror and oddities that exist in Habitsville in broad daylight seems like overkill to look for trouble in a place already haunted by death. Besides, dying in Habitsville and having a body to be buried, well, that made you one of the lucky ones. The only visitors that cemeteries saw were the occasional mourners placing flowers on a headstone, or this time of year, groups of giggling teens ducking through the scattered trees. There were signposts telling the latter to keep out, but being kids, they never did. They'd leave behind beer bottles and candy wrappers. The groundkeepers would clean them up in the morning, grumbling all the way, and that would be that. Graveyard, after all, is nothing to be afraid of. And every midnight truth or dare session would come and go without much incident of Habitsville adolescence. Because for the most part, they all knew better than to go near the McMillan family circle. It was made with love, or at least that was what was carved into the large limestone table that sat in the center. The structure was in the very heart of the cemetery, and the headstones surrounding the display like planets around the sun. It was a huge slab, kept rugged around the edges, carved deeply by hand, the words Credula rest amor est. A credulous thing is love. Around the table, heavy and cold with vines climbing up their legs, were 4 chairs, one for each of the members of the McMillan family. John and Luella, and the other 2 children, a son and a daughter, Paul and Dorothy. John McMillan commissioned the monument in 1910, when the entire family was alive and healthy. It was assumed that John, who had made his fortune in the highly meticulous business of limestone mining and trade, was simply a man who liked to be prepared. That assumption was proved false, of course, when the entire McMillan family died in one fell swoop. As the story goes, John McMillan had found out Luella had been seeing another man behind his back, and in a fit of rage, he had murdered his entire family in one Halloween night. Their ashes were poured into the hollow backs of each of the chairs around the stone slab, just as Mr. McMillan had prepared just 3 years prior. And death dates were carved into the bases of each one, all the same exact one. October 31st, 1913. The townspeople of Habitsville each took turns trying to put blame on each of the family members. It was John's fault for being so impulsive, or Luella's for cheating, or perhaps it was one of the children that had revealed the affair. But one compelling piece of evidence suggested it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment massacre after all. The setting, John McMillan had murdered his family as they sat around the dinner table, though the specifics of the murders had never been disclosed to the public. John was an avid collector of pistols, and it was believed that he had used one of his prized weapons to put a bullet in each member of his family. Back in 1913, the massacre was full of speculation, but in today's Habitsville, this was nothing more than an urban legend. Details rarely travel over 100 years intact, and so the McMillan's massacre became a story to tell around campfires, rather than a chilling example of true crime. People didn't take it seriously. That is, until last Halloween. Though we were both there at the same time, we were there for different reasons. I saw the group of teenagers through the lens of my camera. I was out that Halloween night taking pictures for the Habitsville Gazette, a task I'm not a fan of. I would much rather write for my column, Bad Habit, than to take some crappy pictures of 10 different Spider-Men. Needless to say, I was bored. So when I saw the gaggle of teenagers making their way through the graveyard towards the McMillan family circle, I had an odd mix of fear and excitement flow through me. I decided to follow them. They were reading the graves and laughing at the names, each trying to impress the other in that way that kids do. I followed behind silently, occasionally picking up my camera and snapping a picture of the far side of the graveyard. If I was caught, at least I could say I was working. I thought they would stop before they got to the McMillan family circle. Even if they were making light of all the bodies that were buried beneath their feet on the main cemetery path, most everyone instinctively knows better than to approach the limestone furniture. In fact, they all automatically stopped, their feet stuck in the grass, about 10 yards away from the monument. "What, are you scared?" the boy, tall and blond, said mockingly to the other three, although he too had stopped walking towards the mass grave. "Shut up, Dylan," the closest girl with brown eyes and freckles retorted. "You shut up, Lila," Dylan responded. A witty comeback. "You've heard the stories about this place, right?" the other shorter boy said. He seemed younger than the rest, but I think it was just his naivety in his voice and his slight frame. "The McDonald's massacre," Dylan said spookily, wringing his hands mockingly. "It's McMillan," Lila corrected, rolling her eyes, but smiling anyway. "Charlie, I want to go home," the tiny girl who was with the shorter boy grabbed onto his sleeve. "This place is weirding me out." Charlie took the girl's hand, an uneasy smile on his face. He looked to Dylan hopefully, but the other boy crossed his arms. The message was clear. They were supposed to stay, and anyone who left would be deemed weak. "Hey, come on, Steph," Charlie said unconvincingly. "It's not that bad. Those stories aren't true anyway." "I don't know," Dylan said, beginning to walk towards the table. "Looks pretty real to me." The other three hesitated, but as the gap continued to close between their leader and the grave, they began to follow behind him. I crept behind, careful to remain in the shadows. I had to admit, I was curious. Despite the stories, I'd never actually visited the McMillan family circle. I told myself it was because I didn't believe the legends, or I had too much on my plate. But actually, it might have been because I knew there was something deeply wrong with that place. And as I found out that night, I was right. Approaching the limestone table was like sinking deeper and deeper into an underwater trench. There was a certain heaviness in the air, and though that October night had started out unseasonably warm, a chill was building in the breeze with each step that I took. The kids felt it too, at least the reluctant ones. They exchanged worried looks as Dylan led them around the table, eyeing each chair. "They really do all say the same date," he said absent-mindedly. "That doesn't mean the stories are true," Charlie said, seeming to be talking to himself more than anyone else. "Stop being so lame, Charlie," Dylan said, and Charlie seemed to get even smaller when he said it. I was starting to not like this guy. "Okay, we came. We saw the table," the small girl Steph said quietly. "Now can we go?" "What is this, a big rock?" The brown-eyed girl Lila was bending over the table. In the center, above the inscription, was a large stone. One I had never heard of being there before. In fact, in the few pictures of the McMillan family circle I had seen before that night, I couldn't recall ever seeing anything in the center besides the Latin phrase. I was sure it was limestone too, though it didn't look like it. While the table and chairs were carved roughly with jagged edges and crumbling corners, this stone was polished. It shone brightly in the moonlight, a bright pearlescent greenish white, as though it emitted a glow from inside. I figured it was another feature John McMillan had requested when designing his family's resting place, a testament to the success he had found in the stone trading business. "This whole thing's a big rock," Dylan said dismissively, and Lila backed away from the center stone. "Ah, here it is," the boy said, and before anyone could stop him, Dylan did something that seemed unthinkable. He sat in John McMillan's chair. Charlie winced, and Steph closed her eyes tight, as though the entire thing might explode. Lila simply looked annoyed. "You really shouldn't sit on a grave, Dylan." "They shouldn't have made it a chair then," he shot back. "Come on, guys. Have a seat." He motioned around the table. "Unless, of course, I'm here with a bunch of babies." Lila rolled her eyes again, but walked over to Dylan's side and took Luella's seat. Charlie looked from Steph, who was trembling from fear and cold, to the couple who waited for him at the grave. Then he silently made his choice, sitting in little Paul McMillan's chair. Steph stared at the other three kids, a look of betrayal on her face. "If I sit down," she said cautiously, "then do you promise we can go home?" "Straight home," Charlie nodded. "I promise." I watched through the trees as Steph sat in Dorothy McMillan's chair. As soon as her flesh touched the cold limestone, everything changed. The Habitsville cemetery disappeared, slipped out from underneath my feet, and the scene that replaced it was entirely unfamiliar. It was a green wallpapered room with heavy violet curtains. The sunlight that filtered through was a deep orange, as if the world outside was at the tail end of sunset. It wasn't an unpleasant place to be on ordinary circumstances, but my pulse raced and my chest tightened with dread as I saw what waited in the center of this new room. A large, round table, surrounded by 4 chairs. This time the furniture was wooden, and the 3 of the chairs were full. A woman with tied-back hair, a long skirt, and a high-collared blouse sat, head bent, praying. Clasping each of her hands were 2 children, a boy and a girl, the boy in linen shorts and a sweater, the girl in an apron dress. While the woman was bowing her head, the boy and girl exchanged disgruntled glances. "Mama," the boy said timidly when the woman's head raised, "may we eat now?" It was strange. He was only a child, perhaps 10 or 11, but he sounded so much older. The woman put a hand on the boy's head, smoothing his hair tenderly. What she said next stopped my breath in my throat. "Not yet, Paul. Not until your father gets home." It was horrible for 2 reasons. It wasn't difficult to tell where I was, no matter how impossible it seemed. The fashion, the furniture, the table. And sealing the deal, the little boy's name. Somehow I was standing in the middle of the McMillans' dining room. But the second thing, as perplexing and terrifying as the first, was that just as the little boy's voice hadn't sounded like it matched his body, the woman's didn't seem right either. It took only a matter of seconds for me to realize why. They were speaking with the voices of the teenagers. "Lila? Steph?" I asked aloud. But no one so much as turned in my direction. Wherever I was, whatever I was experiencing, it was clear that I was only an observer, not given a seat at the table. "When will father be home?" the little girl, speaking with the voice of Steph, asked. "I'm hungry." The woman, who I assumed was Luella, speaking with the voice of Lila, smiled. "Any moment now." As if on cue, a man entered the room, coming from the space behind me as though from an entrance, though when I turned, only a thick blackness was visible around the scene's edge. He strolled into the dining room, whistling, carrying a large tweed bag. "Hello, little ones," the man said. It was Dylan's voice. The 2 children scrambled to his side, hugging him around the waist. His wife smiled, but it was a terse expression. "You're late," she said tiredly. I know," her husband, John McMillan, replied. "But for good reason, Lou. I swear." He walked over to the table, setting his bag on the tablecloth as his wife grimaced. It made a heavy sound as it touched the wood, and as he opened it and removed its contents, I could see why. He unwound the cloth that covered it, and as the rest of the McMillans and myself watched in awe, he revealed that huge, gleaming piece of limestone. the same mysterious shard that the group of teenagers had found in the center of the McMillan family circle. "It's beautiful," the little girl said. "Can I hold it?" "I don't think so, Dot," Luella started to say, but John was already handing it to the child. "Be careful with it, darling," he said. The rock was huge in the girl's tiny hands, and though it must have been heavy, she lifted it right up to her face, staring at her reflection in its smooth surface. My turn, the impatient boy said with the voice of Charlie. The little girl handed the stone off to her brother. "Wow," he said, before nearly dropping it. John caught it quickly and brought it over to his wife. "The boys found it near the site today, down in some cave by the docks. We think it's lime, but we're having some of the specialists take a look tomorrow. If it is, it's the clearest natural occurring hunk of limestone we've ever seen. Worth a fortune." Luella tentatively took the stone from her husband and held it gingerly. "It's truly lovely," she said quietly, staring deep into its milky surface. Then she blinked, as though breaking from its spell. "But don't think this makes you being late to dinner all right." John McMillan, laughed and kissed his wife on the cheek. He took the large stone and put it in the center of the table. "There. A centerpiece fit for a king." Once the children and her husband were seated, Miss McMillan brought out the dinner they had been waiting for. A hefty roast chicken, stewed potatoes and carrots, and a rich cabbage soup. I could smell it from where I stood, and my mouth began to water. And yet, the McMillans, even the children, didn't seem to want to eat. They pushed their food around their plates, but never wanted to bring any of it to their mouths.
Hey, Cindy, what's going
As
on?
though they'd been served.
I just wanted to say hi, and I hope you're doing good. I'm being overworked like a dog. Won't be off until next Monday. Care about you, homie. I'll talk to you next stream, Scootin'. Hey, if you're still here, if you're watching the vid, that's fine. If you want to take a break from work and hop in chat, I'll be here until about 5, so like another hour. But yeah, I hope you're doing good as well. Yeah, again, if you can hear me or you're watching the VOD back, message me when you get the chance. I have something I actually want to ask you about.
An entirely unappetizing meal. They didn't say anything either, each one looking up only to steal glances at the stone that had been put in the center of the table. It was quiet in the dining room. An eerie, unnatural quiet. And then, for seemingly no reason at all, John McMillan began to laugh. "John?" Luella said, smiling. "I'm sorry," her husband replied between chuckles. "I just had the oddest idea." "Well, go on and share it," his wife replied, strangely eager. He laughed a few more times. Well, all right." There was a moment's hesitation. Then John McMillan picked up his fork with his right hand, and, without so much as a second thought, plunged the prongs into his left. I jumped violently where I stood, but it seemed that none of his family were as horrified as I was. They watched as their family patriarch pulled out his fork, skin stretching until it reached a breaking point. He lifted up his utensil with a morsel of flesh on the end, dripping with blood down onto the tablecloth and onto his clothes. John McMillan let out another small, childlike chuckle. And then he put the fork in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. He smiled at his family, teeth pink with a thin sheen of blood. And they smiled back. The children, seated at his side, soon scooted closer, sticking their forks into their father's leg, ripping the material of his trousers and the skin beneath them. Their cheeks grew slick with blood and fat as they ate. Luella got up and casually walked over to join them, standing over her husband and taking a fork and knife and slicing him up like a roast, like she would have done to the chicken, which sat untouched on the table. The Macmillans ate John for what felt like hours, though it could have been only a few minutes. John himself kept consuming more and more of his own body. Long after his eyes had been eaten by his children like cherry tomatoes, and the bones of his legs shone through what flesh was left, he grew weaker and weaker, and bloodier, until finally, his hand fell limp at his side, and his fork hit the ground. The sound of metal on the hardwood floor seemed to startle everyone for a moment. Then Luella sat back down in her seat, took her fork in her hand, and took her first forbidden bite. Her children circled around her, their hunger seemingly endless as they ate their mother to the bone. There were no cries of pain, no hesitation, only the wet grunts of consumption like pigs at the trough. And soon Luella's hand stopped moving and the children stopped eating. It was the boy who sat in his chair next and helped his sister tear his flesh from his bones, even cutting his sweater with a knife, vivisecting his stomach to each of the morsels of his parents that waited within. But eventually even Paul stopped moving and Dorothy was left alone. Silently, a sweet scarlet smile on her lips, she sat down in her chair. She began to feast. The little girl didn't even look at the gory bodies of her family as she ate. Starting on her forearm, I could hear her chew through shallow breathing, swallowing joint, fat, and sinew as easily as if it was ice cream. She slowed down, her eyes half closed, and her fork lazily bit into the side of her cheek, ripping it from her skull. I could see her teeth gnashing the pink taffy together through the hole that she had created. Then she swallowed. Then it was done. I saw the scene laid out before me, a massacre of the strangest kind. The Macmillans were missing huge holes out of their bodies, their bellies all distended and bloated with the meat of their kin. And then I blinked, and as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. I was standing in the middle of Habitsville Cemetery, looking at the Macmillans' family circle. The table and the chairs no longer wooden, the glow of sunset fading back into the dead of night. The giant shard of mysterious luminescent limestone had disappeared from the center of the table, and the only phrase, "Cedula res amor est," remained. Seated around the limestone table were the teenagers, and as my eyes adjusted to the dark, my stomach turned violently. There they were, missing huge chunks out of their bodies and their bellies full to the brim, all of them. Dead. Or so I thought. I leaned over to vomit onto the cool dew grass, but when I brought my head up, I saw a shocking sight. One of the shapes was moving ever so slightly. It was Steph. Her bloodied hand, the one she hadn't eaten, tugged on the tattered sleeve of Charlie, slumped over and vacant next to her. Her one remaining eye stared blankly ahead. I could see Steph's tongue flick in her mouth as she spoke, slipping through the hole in her cheek. Her speech garbled and choked. "Can we go home now, Charlie? You promised." Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and thank you for watching tonight's video, or listening to tonight's podcast. I want to tell you about one quick thing before we say goodbye for the evening, and that's going to be about the Mr. Creepypasta plush. The plush is only available for a limited time, so if you guys head over to makeship.com, then you guys are able to get this Mr. Creepypasta plush. It's super cool, it glows in the dark, which is really cool, and he's super soft and cuddly. So it's makeship.com/products/Mr. Creepypasta-plush. Or you know what's easier? Makeship.com. There you go. And as always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who is supporting me on Patreon. If you guys have been supporting me on Patreon, or if you're considering doing so, then know that I just added in a couple of cool things for the loyalty program because I found out that I could. I had no idea that I could do that. So now, you guys should be getting some cool things in the mail brought to you by Patreon that are pretty cool. They support the channel as well. Oh, getting to the point though, a huge thank you to patrons such as Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Brian Arce, Bobby Carmen, Stephanie Butler.
What do you want? What do you want?
Well,
It happened a week after my sister had gone missing. A raining evening in late October. My mother was still setting the table for her as she was convinced she might walk in at any moment. "It's my fault for yelling," she said. "If anything happens to her, it's my fault." Since she was just a kid, my sister had excelled at school. A promising future awaited her. Everyone said so. As for me, well, people told me to be nice to her as if I was destined to depend on her. When she broke the news that she wanted to be a journalist, my parents didn't take her seriously at first. "You might as well become a haymonger if you're so desperate for a dead career. Don't expect us to support you if you don't take your education seriously." They were just trying to keep her on the right path, I'm sure, so that she wouldn't waste her talents. But what they didn't know was that this was the only path Allison had ever wanted to walk. Watching her talk about it, I was convinced that she could bring the fire back to journalism with her determination alone. Nothing could be truly dead with Allison around. They got into a big fight and Allison left.
Guys, I'm actually gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I've got to use the restroom, and by the time I get back, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of time left to stream. So I'm gonna find, excuse me, I'm gonna find somebody to raid. I'm gonna put the music back on. I'm not gonna turn scrobbling back on just because it was kind of messing with stuff as I was working. Okay. Nobody really to raid. Alright guys, I'm just gonna head off then. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I will see you guys later.